Ooh. Debating whether or not I want to play music during this stream. I think I might do a little more talking on this one. I've made some really good progress, I think. And I'm learning a lot as I go. Most of what I'm creating is not game ready, per se. Mind you, I am running this project on a high-end graphics card. Meant primarily for workstation development, for development. Off the stream, I just recently created these light fixtures. They're not the best looking, but they kind of get the job done. I like what they look like, I think. I want to make a little change to it, though. Just a tiny change. And I want to copy that transformation across to the other glasses. Perfect. So I made this in SketchUp. It's not terrible looking. And I imported it and brought it into the engine. Now to drop that to the ground. I forget that when I have cesium enabled, these assets, when I press the end key on my keyboard, these assets will drop to the cesium, the highest normal on the cesium data, which, you know, could be anywhere at any given moment. And in order to prevent that from happening, you have to invert the cesium raster polygon if you have one, which many people don't even know what that is. But if you invert that, you completely remove those any chance of your assets. What's the word I'm looking for? Colliding with the ground, with the cesium data. Now, I'm not sure about where all these... I guess this light is extremely bright, or we're using screen space. Got some screen space light situations happening here. Not liking it one bit. Let me turn this glass off real quick. Oh, yeah, and that joint is bright. Extra bright. So let's figure out how bright exactly this is. Let's set it to 0.1. Nope. The albedo is also... Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Specular, roughness, metallic, normal. emissive. That's what we're looking for. Emissive value. Let's go 0.1. And that fixes that. Okay. Now let's take all of those and we're going to duplicate them. Copy, paste. Move it back here. Press G. Figure out where those need to go. About there. And then press G again. And lift those bad boys up out of the ground. Just enough. This is cool. G again. And I think we have 4 more. So let's take 10, 9, 8, 7. Actually, 8, 7, 6, and 5. Nope. 6, 7, 8, and 10. Okay. Copy, paste. Keep forgetting I have to click into the viewport. Bring this into place. Press G. Drop it down to the ground. I don't mind keeping them all roughly the same height for the time being. G. We're gonna copy paste. Let's bring it to there. Might have to go back and modify all these later once I readjust the elevation of the pavement, concrete. And at the end of the day, a lot of this is just meticulously placing assets outside of the phase of designing everything. It's staging, which to some people is not very fun, but you know, I come from a background where I played things like The Sims and Roller Coaster Tycoon and other tycoon and building games, and I actually enjoyed staging and creating assets. I used to be a big Sims modder. I used to mod The Sims and create a bunch of assets for The Sims um, these repositories where you can download a bunch of custom stuff, clothes, characters, humans, or Sims, um, and furniture. But I never did any of the like architectural modding. I never like created building stuff. Um, I don't think I don't. Maybe I did do something like no 3D assets for building materials, but more so graphic related assets like wallpaper, different carpet textures, and different pictures, you know, that you would use for decoration. I did create stuff like that. Um, why I was into like that, I don't know, but it really spans more from like the idea of doing interior design. I really like The Sims because I could create these environments. Now, this is very cool. Let's make sure these balls are hitting the ground. Looks like we need to do a nice little lattice edit on this concrete. I'm going to give it a 16 by 16. Actually, a 20 by 20. Let's see where that lands us. That looks perfect. My goal here is not necessarily to make this perfect right now, but I want to make it somewhat visually accurate for playability, walkability, so you can just, you know, walk through the scene and have a near accurate representation of the forum. Now I need to figure out how to create that banner. Okay, let's go open this in the viewport. And let's see if it's possible to maybe only use half of it. I don't think it's possible because this is 2 flags. Dynamic material, banner flag, return value, make a linear color, target set parameter value in on materials, dynamic material instance, which means that every time we modify this material, it's, or we don't have to modify the material instance to change the color. I wonder if that's what that means. Don't know. Don't have a clue. But what I am going to do is take this, bring it into the scene. They do just randomly change colors. So let's go to the material. And then the parent material, what is this? Okay. Not the material I'm looking for, I don't think. Child banner. Or maybe it is, I don't know. But I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it is. How did we do this last time? I forgot. Oh, okay, notification on Reddit. Adobe support told me I owed, I'm reading a Reddit post, $254 for canceling 1 minute early. Time for that guy to switch to Affinity Designer Suite. Now, I don't know how to edit this banner's material. I guess that's the only thing that's hanging me up from being able to use this. Child actor. I don't see anything. Let's just search. Material. Interesting. So let's go into the static mesh. There is no material on it. So where do I apply that material at then? Let's see. What can we figure out? Banner bags 01. Static mesh. Enable material parameter caching. That has nothing to do with what I'm looking for. Yeah, I genuinely don't have a clue. So I guess if I bring this into the scene, let's just do that real quick. Let's bring her on in. And let's see what settings we have here. This is a really interesting material setup. There's got to be a blueprint. And I don't think it's the parent material. There's got to be a blueprint somewhere where this picks the image to display. I'm tempted to just bring this in there as a static mesh and create my own material. And that's probably what I'm going to try. So let me do just that. Let's search for this banner. Let's delete this one. I'm going to censor it in the same location as this. Let's close that. Let's right click. Oh, it's at 000. Of course it is. Area light, location, banner, paste, and that should be censored. Now let's stretcher to fit the pole. That's good enough. Probably a little too much. And let's find the rotation. And I think I want to make it a little bit taller too. So let's go back to Google Chrome and open up Maps. Search for FedEx Forum. And let's drop our little dude right about here. Well, that's wrong. Ooh. It's a view that's good to have, I guess. Now all these banners are going to be slightly different, and they don't have to be big, I guess. I do want them to be a bit taller, so We are going to stretch it out. And I'm going to attempt to do this in a way that I can create 4 images for one texture. Now in my head, this is going to be easy as hell. I bet in practice it's also going to be pretty easy. But I've noticed that sometimes everything in my head doesn't always translate well in the program, although it should. Because like a computer, I think logically, 0 and 1, which basically is logic. For those that don't know, logic is computer thought. If A then B, okay, I'm noticing a little discrepancy in the design of this thing here. So let's go ahead and give this a new material. So let's add a material, select material 1, assign, and then I'm going to polygroup edit this. Nope, can't do that, because whoever created this asset did a terrible job at actually aligning the banner appropriately. So instead of doing that, I'm going to go to UVs, and we are going to, let's go to attributes, paint polygroups. This needs to be, So let's actually clear. That would be 1. And I need to press Shift Q. All right. Shift Q. And again, Shift Q. And accept. Okay, so that being done, what I need to do now is go and make some banners to test my theory. How about we take a screenshot of this. Let's do Windows print screen. Open up our trusty Affinity Designer. Just go ahead and save that. Let's go File, New from Clipboard. Okay. I think I need to do alt print screen. Oh, yep, there it is. And let's draw a rectangle, just about the average size of what we need. Is my computer being weird right now? What's going on here? And then let's duplicate that over. And let's scale it. Draw a rectangle over those two. And let's go to layers. I think, let's see, window, document, edit. There, oh, I need to go to designer persona, layer. There's an option somewhere to convert what I have to an artboard. If I right click, is there an option there? I don't know where that is. Oh, there it is. Convert object to artboard. There it is. Okay, got it. There we go. And I think this is going to work. We just now need to find some really high quality pictures of the roster. Now, what I would like to do is find a picture of every single player that's more along the lines of like a headshot or a full body, which I don't think that's gonna happen. I could be wrong. Let's see what we can find though. So this would mean creating I could probably create one large image. No, I don't think I can do that either. I would need to make one image with 4 players on it. All right, so we're going to just go with these. $18 players. Damn, I mean, they making crazy money. Salary. I think the lowest salary in here is $2 million. Man, the ABA money is crazy. Crazy. You could be a starter and just, I mean, you can just be a rookie and be making crazy money. Cool, though. Cool. Very cool. So this may be a good resource. I just don't know that each player has a headshot in a Grizzlies jersey. And I'm not about to go through and edit all their photos. So let's stick to ESPN's website. And let's just see if these pictures will fit the bill. Player header image container. We got to figure out where this background image is. Although I can just probably go and make that myself. Which I think is what I'll do real quick. It's an easy make. Okay, so let's duplicate this rectangle. No, you know what? File, open recent. Let's find the, I think it's in the FedEx forum file. File, open recent, more. Hmm. Now I know this isn't going to be that same size. It does look pretty clean though from here. So let's group this. Let's place it something like this. Let's copy this dude. Censor him. And let's take a few of these lines. Something like that. This one will be black on black. No crime. Let's do a linear. We're going to set it to black. This one also black, but 0 opacity. Let's switch them. Actually. And let's change the gradient rotation. Okay. Doesn't quite give me the direction I'm looking for. Doesn't tell me. We can wing it though. All right, I'm cool with that. All right, let's send this. What is this for? Oh, okay. And this and this. Actually, to the back. Let's change the color of this a little bit to a little more off-white. Set this one to a brighter white, and let's expand this one. Let's take our Grizzlies logo and let's give it some opacity. And let's convert our guy to a picture frame and set it to not fill. And then take all those layers and put them inside of the rectangle. Okay, so let's control X. Oh, it was in the wrong one. Whoops. All right, I think that looks kind of good. So we recreated this little Grizzlies thing up here to some extent. And if I look on maps, I can see that it really just has the Grizzlies logo up there, which I'm going to eliminate the logo. And it looks like it has the last name in some sort of college font. So I'll use Hudson, New York regular, put it sideways, and then put the guy's name in there. So let's grab a text box. I'm going to do artistic text. Rotate it. And we're not going to make it huge. We're going to put it at the top. And depending on who has the longest name, that's going to determine how we size this. So let's just go ahead and add Caldwell Pope. And then I'm going to place that inside of our rectangle behind the guy's face and set it to Hudson, New York serif or slab. Let me think. Serif it is. Then we're going to choose our Grizzlies color. And give it a little white stroke. Set the stroke to be behind the text. And you will barely see it. You're going to barely see it. Okay, so that being done, I can now take that and duplicate it 4 times. And just auto space it. And then I take this rectangle and we're going to need $18. And the very first thing I'll do here is change all the names. I don't know what that button means. Download light. Who would name their kid? Who would name? I don't know. Pick the name Coward as a name. Like, what family would go along with that for for generations? Like, I would have changed that last name so quick. I could have converted these all to text boxes and linked them together so I can just press enter and move to the next text box, but Conquer. Last two, I'll just put null. I don't know what I'll put there yet. Oh, I also wanted to put the number. Let's go something like that. And we're going to have to copy and paste this into each one. I don't know if this is going to let me do it that way, though. Oh, man. little work. Takes a little work. That's all right. Right now I'm just pasting these inside of the group above the last name text layer. Whoops. All right. And now to edit them. Tight. Scale. All right, cool. So now it's just opening each of these pictures up in a new tab. Now this is mostly for like visualization purposes and to build hype. I will have to have IP permission to be able to include these in a packaged game unless I'm releasing something for free for people to play and like test or whatever. But just FYI, like you can't go and rip images off of a website and actually put them in a packaged game, especially not with an intellectual property such as someone's likeness. But for the purpose of staging this scene and creating content that helps build hype, and, you know, creating something that's familiar, I want to have, you know, the real faces and names and logos and imagery in my project, since it's also going to be a digital twin. All right, let's go back up to the top and grab the dimension, and let's just one by one modify these. Shortly, we'll see if my theory works with how to place these images on those technically it's 4 banners, even though in I guess I could do an edit and limit the banners to just be 2 banners, like 1 banner with 2 sides, but we'll just have some repeating faces. So that I can quickly go over to, you know, the next asset that I need to be making. Shoot. And I'm going to add a solid background. Behind each of the images. Control Shift Save. I'm going to save this in my graphics folder, and we'll call it roster. AF pub. Control Alt Shift Save. Well, actually, no. Okay, yeah. Control Alt Shift Save. And we're going to save these as JPEGs, export, and we'll just call it roster underscore 1. I can probably do all 4 at the same time. So let's just rename this. Let's get rid of this. I wonder. Whole document. Can we convert this to pages? Yep. Okay, Control Alt Shift save, JPEG, all pages, export, roster, underscore 1, yes. And save. Let's see if this theory is going to work. Let's close this. We don't need that anymore. Where to start? Where to start? Let me grab a material, random material. Let's see what this flag is. This flag material right here. Nope. Search flag or banner. We can try for this. See what this normal is looking like. Just a regular normal. Okay, let's try this one. So let's do this reflex banner. Let's duplicate it. And we're gonna name this MI banner roster. And we're gonna have to have 4 of these instances. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these instances. But I do want to update this to say something else. Guess we'll have Aldama on there twice. And random, we'll do Morant. And then export page 1 again. So Control Alt Shift save. Current page. Export, and let's find that here. And then save. Okay, so we need to double click this, double click or search for this, right click, duplicate, and call this roster. Re-import with new file. Re-import the first one. Okay, we're going to right click and duplicate. This is going to be roster. We're going to do 2. Re-import with new file. Duplicate. Re-import. I know you can't see what I'm doing, so let me actually change my camera scene. Okay. Duplicate. Re-import with new file. We've already got the first 3, so I need the 4th one. Actually, nope. 1, 2, 3. Two, 1, 2, 3. Huh. I think I accidentally re-imported exported the wrong layer. So let's go and redo all of this. Control-Alt-Shift-S. All pages. Export. And we'll go roster underscore. Oh, okay. I see why that happened. 1, 2, 3. Roster underscore 1. Save. Yes. Okay. They should all be different now. So 1, 2 is should not be the red shirt. It should be the Ja Morant. Ah, okay. I see the difference. Hell. There we go. Duplicate. Re-import. I need the 5th one. And then one more. Duplicate and re-import. These should all be different now. Okay, so if I go and search for, let's grab the first one and throw it in here. And then let's search. We've got to duplicate this 5 times, I think. So duplicate. Let's call this roster 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, let's open 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then let's go and browse for the textures now. All right, so 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Save all of those. I'm new here. What app do you use for photogrammetry? I use Cesium for the streaming in of photogrammetry to Unreal Engine. I also have some custom photogrammetry that I've either done or hired someone to do, and some photogrammetry that I've purchased. So there may be some photogrammetry, some point clouds, some LiDAR scans that you can find for major cities online. You can also take videos off the internet or hire people to do videos of drones like flying over different areas and use either point cloud information or the video footage to extract out of that some photogrammetry data. But Cesium is great because it brings in Google's 3D Earth tiles, but Google does not give the highest quality materials and textures inside of the Cesium plugin for Unreal Engine. Whereas if you go to google.com or maps.google.com and you look at the resolution of the textures there, they're going to be much higher on the website than they are in Unreal Engine's Cesium plugin. Alternatively, you can look for I forget what it's called, Google Earth to Blender plugin that you can use to kind of 3D capture the Google Earth Pro, or maybe you don't even need Earth Pro, the Google Earth data directly from Google Earth to import it into Blender, and that will give you much higher resolution textures, but it gets expensive on your GPU if you don't do it in a way that's either very small portions of the world at a time, or if the plugin does not properly merge all the vertices to eliminate like duplicate meshes and faces. So a mixture of all of those things I have done to get photogrammetry in my project, but now I'm exclusively using Cesium. And all of this information is not photogrammetry. This is all custom. This is photogrammetry. A lot of stuff in there. And it streams in real time. You need a Cesium Ion account, which is free. But you cannot export any of that data from the engine into other programs. I just use it kind of as my guide to kind of trace the 3D objects on top of it. And then I set it to be hidden in game mode. So when I press G to enable game mode, all of it is hidden. I do have some polygon raster overlays, which basically means, let's see, which one do I have enabled? I have one enabled. This outline of this area of this district over here, those tiles don't load in because I use a spline to tell the, like a closed spline to tell the photogrammetry where I don't want it to load. Basically, I cut a hole in the photogrammetry. So if I invert that, let me see, let me go to Cesium real quick. And there are tutorials on how to do this on YouTube. It's called a polygon raster overlay. If I invert that, all the photogrammetry now only loads inside of that spline and nowhere else in the world. So I've got multiple splines like this circle here. Let's switch it to circle, and it'll only load in the circle now. So I've got multiple splines that I use as raster overlays. That way, when I enable game mode, I can hide it. Or if I invert it, if I need my cubes and meshes to like snap to other objects in the scene, if I just simply hide the photogrammetry, those objects that I place into the environment, like let's say a box, is going to snap to the normal of the photogrammetry, even if I go into game mode. So for example, let's say this light pole right here, if I press game mode and I try to place this box, you see the box snapping to the normals of the photogrammetry. So if I set, actually you can't even see what I'm doing. My bad. So you see it snapping to where this light pole is. If I set that raster overlay to invert, so let me zoom back out. And let me set it to circle. Now you can see that it's not there. So let me invert it again. There's the light pole. I'll try to place this box in the scene and it'll snap to that photogrammetry even if I go into game mode. But when I press invert, now that light pole is nowhere in the scene. Even if I enable game mode, that box now can snap to other objects that I want it to snap to versus accidentally snapping to some photogrammetry that's hidden. Hope that makes sense. A little TMI for the question that you asked, but I know that I have people watching who want those answers. Nice, bro. Awesome content. Thank you so much. I've put in a lot of work on this. I mean, an insane amount of work. All of this is custom, and using my graphic design background and 3D background, I figured out how to just kind of do what looks like complex things. It's all very basic. It's all just shapes and math. And then just looking at it to see if it looks right. So let me take these banners. I think this is the first one. I'm going to search for it. And we're going to go to, let's see, I don't have to go to edit materials. I should be able to just place that material in there. And then let's go to project UVs, or let's go to attributes. No, UVs, transform UVs. Perfect. I like to get things pixel perfect, almost unnecessarily. Because here's the deal. Once it's done, it's done. Like, I don't ever have to do this shit again. Once I do it once, then all I have to do is change the material . So my theory worked. Can I do both at the same time? Yes, I can. Now, this is not the proper way to do UV mapping for game ready assets, because the reality is what you really want to do is unwrap your UVs and then merge all your materials for the entire light pole, and then have your, let's say in this case, these Grizzlies players have the graphics for the players be on the same material as the material for the light pole, because there's this thing called draw calls, which the more draw calls you have in your project, in your scene, the more computing power is needed from your GPU. So basically, if you have one cube and it has one material, but that material has a diffuse map, a roughness map, a metallic, well, let's just say it has a diffuse, a roughness, and a normal. You have the material instance, the roughness, the normal, the diffuse, that's 4 draw calls, and then you have the mesh itself, that's 5 draw calls technically. All right, so if you multiply that by 4 materials, then you have 16 material draw calls, and then 1 static mesh draw call, like 1 object draw call. So that's like 17 draw calls for 1 object if you have 4 different materials, and each material has 3 different textures. Each has a diffuse, like a color, or an image, a normal map, and a roughness, right? Or a metallic, or whatever. So you got to think about those things when creating assets that are optimized for games. This is far from optimized for games, but I have a very high-end graphics card that's for like workstation editing. All right, let's accept that. So here's the deal. What I should be able to do now is, we're going to copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 times, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So let's copy this 15 times. I really want to change the position of this gizmo. So I'm going to grab my light pole. I'm going to lock. Let me show you my layout. It says, thanks for the answer. I've been trying to get into photogrammetry lately out of curiosity. I have a M4 Mac Mini for design work. Does photogrammetry level design in general super GPU demanding? Depends. It can be, but Cesium is very well optimized to stream in the tiles. So how you adjust the settings of the like Cesium for rendering a certain number of tiles and culling based on the camera position, by default it runs pretty good out of the box for any normal GPU. If you're, let's say you only want to load in a small amount of space and you're not trying to focus on like a big open world, out of the box it works really well, and I think your M4 can handle it. For me, I've changed my settings to load a large amount of tiles and to keep those tiles loaded without holes in the tiles, so that it streams in a lot more information. My GPU is 32 gigs of VRAM. So Unreal Engine is VRAM dependent. So how much VRAM you have is going to make a difference for how much photogrammetry you can stream in at a time, but also the quality of those textures. If you have your settings, for me, I'm using high scalability. I stay away from cinematic, for example. because I'm just developing. I'm not trying to do any visualization or path tracing. So if you have Unreal Engine only works with one GPU unless you're path tracing. Then you can SLI or do multiple GPUs. But long answer short, Cesium runs much better when you have a lot more VRAM. And when you bring in custom photogrammetry, it takes up a lot more VRAM because it's not streaming in from the internet. Cesium streams in from the internet, which means if you are connected to a modem or a router that does not have internet access, it won't work. But I just learned this a few months ago. You can stream in data, set it to where it never unloads itself based on your camera's position, and then like culling based on the culling, you can add a polygon raster overlay, which is like basically a spline, a closed spline shape that tells you where you want the photogrammetry to load, so that you can exclude loading like the whole world all at once or streaming in. You can pick, let's say, a neighborhood or an area or a building, have that photogrammetry loaded in specifically in that spline shape, and then have your settings set to where it never unloads those tiles if you turn the camera away from it. By default, it's really good at culling, which means whatever the camera can't see won't be loaded. That being said, there are ways to work around like computer GPU limitations. And saying all of that, if you wanted to load in some photogrammetry and then disconnect from the internet and have it set to where it never unloads, you can work on your project persistently and never have any performance issues, theoretically, if you limit the loading of those tiles to a specific area. So for me, it doesn't matter where I go. Since I have a really high-end GPU, these tiles are pretty much going to load in the entire world. Not all at once, but the quality of the photogrammetry increases and decreases based on the camera position. Go ahead and save that. We're going to copy this. I think it was 15 times. And first I'm going to put that in a folder. I'm going to call that banners. And then we're going to throw that folder inside of my FedEx folder. Campus material. What are these? Trash cans? Let me rename that. Campus trash can. I don't know why I have two of those, but okay. Normal. Okay, let's rename these. Let's put these in trash cans folder. And put that inside of my FedEx forum folder. Organization is very important. Let's see, what are these booleans? Okay, we got some LED screens. I'm going to put that in adverts folder. I don't know what these will be called, but they can all be in the uncategorized folder. Okay, handrails. Stairs. Organizing some assets really quick before I go too far. Perfect. Okay, now I can copy this and paste it 15 times. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let's take one of them. Okay, so if I go over to my details, I've got my windows laid out like this. I'm using Windows Power Toys, which is a software. You can download this. It's native to Windows, but it doesn't come with Windows. It's created by Microsoft is what I mean. Called Power Toys. Download Power Toys. If you're on Mac, you might not need to do this, and I think there might be some alternatives for Mac. But I'm using 3 computer monitors. Normally I have my camera set up to show this, but let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. All right, so I've got my main monitor, which is what I primarily use to stream this content. Second monitor is my details panels. I don't usually keep my details docked right here like people normally see, like the outliner. But I do have modeling mode docked inside of the main window. Inside of Windows Power Toys, there is a plugin called Fancy. Let me see what it's called. I don't know what it's called. I forgot. Fancy Zones. And if you go into General, this is probably going to be pretty easy to remember if you look in this. If you're on a Mac, obviously like this isn't going to be for you, but there might be some alternatives to this that are Mac related. And if you have multiple screens, it really helps with productivity. Under general settings, you want to scroll down to, actually, no, let me see, Windows and layouts, advanced. I forget where the settings are. General settings. Fancy zones. Okay, general settings, fancy zones. Hold shift to activate zones while dragging a window, and then also allow child windows snapping. This is very important because if I go back to my main, real quick, I also have a third monitor, and then usually I'll have stuff on the TV too, but I've turned that off. I've disconnected it because my cable's going bad. I got an 8K cable. And I'm showing that because I have all of my detail panels zoned on my monitors in a way that allows me to lock the preview of some assets. All right, so very first window is Outliner, which these are child windows to Unreal Engine's main window, and I wanted to be able to dock these. And I created these zones. As you can see, zone 1, I wonder if you can see that, yeah. Zone 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I can move this between zones to dock it, dock my window, in multiple zones at once. So Outliner is in zone 1. You create these zones. My first details panel, which Unreal Engine gives you 4 details panels, as well as 4, content browser windows and 4 viewports, right? So detail panel 1 and 2 are here. And then my content browser, plugins, fab, editor preferences, project settings, all of those are docked into this screen, but usually it's just the content browser. And then details panel 3 and details panel 4. Details panel 4, usually I'll lock my cesium object from the outliner. I'll lock that view here. Sometimes on 3, I'll lock the ultra dynamic sky or something. But if I go and click on, I want to modify this the banner gizmo, and I want to copy the gizmo location of the light pole that the gizmo is attached to. The gizmo for the light pole, or the pivot position, is set at the bottom of this light pole. And I want the banner to also have the same pivot position, to be at the bottom of the light pole instead of at the bottom of the banner. So what I'll do is I'll click on one of my light poles, and it'll open that light pole up. It'll highlight that in the outliner. Inside of details panel 1, I can lock that item. So if I deselect that in the outliner or inside of my viewport, all the information is still inside of details panel 1 because I locked it. I pressed the little lock icon. Therefore, when I go and click on my banner, I can go back into modeling mode, and I have these favorites right here. One of the favorites is edit pivot. I can then take a look at the details panel to figure out what the location of that banner is, or what the location of the light pole is. So let's see, light pole, actually I need to select the actor and lock that because the light pole is attached to the actor. Now, for the banner, all I have to do to get the location of the pivot change is copy each of these numbers and then copy the rotation if it isn't already set, which I think it is. So I'll go back into the edit pivot, and I can copy the location. I should be able to. Let's see if this works how I expect it to. And I think it's going to be somewhere in the world, so I could be very wrong about how I'm doing this right now. A better way might have been, let's see, let's move this out into the root, see if it gives me different numbers. It doesn't. Ultimately, what I'm saying is, if I want to copy the pivot of an existing actor from the viewport and use the pivot of the existing actor to reposition a different actor, I'll lock the actor that I'm trying to reference inside of one details panel. And then when I go to modify the pivot position of the actor I'm trying to change, I can now use that locked actor location transform and just copy the numbers from there. And that makes it a lot less complicated. So locking actors in different panels, one of the 4 panels, is a great way to keep from having to click back and forth between assets to get information from those assets. So a little gem, a little nugget, as some of those tech nerds would say, a little nugget for you. But let me see if I can do this. What I really wanted to copy is the height. Oh, so close. All right, let's see where this is. For one, it's facing the wrong way. So let me edit the pivot and lock my rotation of 45 degrees and make this be forward. Accept, edit pivot. See, front. Nope, it's backwards. So let's go bottom and rotate it 180 degrees. Because what I'm trying to do is make this side the front and this side the back. So now if I go to edit pivot again and I hit front and back and top, bottom, left, right, it'll give me the correct positioning. So set it to bottom. And now all I have to do is copy and paste the location of each of these poles to the location of my sign. So let me edit that pivot one more time. And I'm going to drop it down to the ground. Then hit accept. All right, so now I've done all of that just so that I can copy this 15 times. So control, copy, paste, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then if I click on this banner, or if I click on this light pole right here, I should now be able to, let me unlock the control, or let me unlock my details panel. Let me click on that again. I should now be able to shift right click the location. Let's see if this works. Test my theory. I can now click on the banner and then shift left click its location. And there, it places it exactly where it's supposed to be. So I'll do the same thing. Click on a light pole, shift right click its location. Click on the banner, shift left click. And this makes duplicating this asset way faster. And then having a full viewport and having all of these detail panels docked on different screens is extremely helpful. So real quick, let me take the rest of these banners and just move them. World building. It's a lot of fun when you learn how to use the tools effectively. And a lot of my designing that has happened has been inside of Unreal Engine. I still go to SketchUp. So like the last couple of days, I've taken to SketchUp to design this, which I don't remember if I did this live or not. I think I did. And yesterday I designed these rails. They're somewhat modular because I can change the position of the little supports. And then today I designed these lights just using Google Street View as a reference. Control Shift Save. Do that frequently so you can actually save any newly created assets. Control Save only saves assets that have already existed in the scene since your last save, and then Control Shift Save is a hard save that saves any newly created meshes, materials, textures that didn't exist before. Very important. Just in case we get a crash. Sometimes cesium will lock up or something. I don't know what happens. And it really is a shame that Unreal Engine isn't designed in a way that allows for you to use multiple GPUs in the editor. The editor is single GPU restrictive. So if you have multiple GPUs, for example, I just put two 2080 Ti's in my son's computer. He's five. And he plays Roblox and he plays Minecraft, Paw Patrol, BeamNG Drive, a couple other games, Hot Wheels. But he doesn't need, those GPUs are 11 gig GPUs. So he's got 22 gigs of VRAM to play his games. Of course, somebody can come over and play Call of Duty on his computer or something with me. So we have two computers. And eventually I might use it to stream if I add a streaming card in there. But when I had those two GPUs inside of Unreal Engine, I could not... Damn, I missed one. Use 22 gigs. I was limited to 11 gigs. So cesium didn't work that well for me. Like the stream, it worked really well, but for the size of the city that I needed to constantly turn it on and off and not run out of VRAM when previewing and playing an editor and having all these assets. I have 535,338 objects in the scene right now. Like, these are all custom building meshes that have multiple objects. A bridge that I'm working on. I've got a bunch of cesium buildings, like thousands of buildings all over the scene, or just building footprints. And then the Bass Pro Shop. So all these are like individual meshes all running in real time. And my GPU had a problem with running out of VRAM because I was limited to 11 of the 22 gigs I had from my two GPUs. Now, when you package the game, I think Unreal Engine may have fixed this by now. Any assets you have inside of your project, even if you're not using them in a scene, plus any levels that you have, if you download assets from Fab and they come with 5 different like preview levels to showcase the assets. Typically when you package a game, if you don't exclude those assets and levels or delete them altogether, your packaged game will have all of those assets packaged with it, even if none of them are loaded into a level, including, any levels that are inside of your project. Even if you only have one main level and you downloaded 30 asset packs and each of those asset packs has 2 to 3 levels, you've got 90 levels that get packaged with your game that your players can access. So those are things to think about too. For packaging at least. But I had to learn all these things the hard way, and I was wondering why my computer was stuttering when I can play things like Cyberpunk 2077 and at the highest quality with no stuttering whatsoever. I'm like, how am I getting 100 frames per second in games like Cyberpunk, but I can hardly edit my level? Turns out, aside from all the mathematical data that sits inside of the editor, in a non-packaged game, you learn that you're also limited to how much VRAM you can use. So it looks like these are somewhat out of alignment. And let's figure out why. So if I grab this, let's lock it. Let's figure out where this is. Oh. Okay, so maybe let's edit the pivot one more time. Turn off Delta mode. That was my problem. Turn Delta mode off, and it gives me the exact position of the pivot. Now I can copy the correct location. From the locked details panel into this. Accept. Before I accept that, let me move over here to see if this shifts this over once I edit that pivot. Perfect. It shifts them all into place. Oh my Lord. See, once you know the tools, this shit is easy. All right, I need 2 more, I think. Now, copy location. Whoops. All right. Now to something a little more fun. And we can now replace these textures. So we'll keep that one as the first one. Let's set this one to 2. Set this one to 3. Set this one to 4. Set this one to 5. Looks like we need to modify this again. So let's go real quick. UVs, transform UVs, and let's just move this over just a hair. Okay, and that should fix all the other ones. Saw a little white space in there. Okay, and let's go back here. And grab number 6. Oh, wait a minute. So 1 and 6 are the same except for on the back, right? No. All right, so why is number 6? What's wrong with number 6? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are there only? I thought there were 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there are 5. Oops. My bad. Okay, let's go. All right, well, let's just do it again. Let's do it backwards, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 5 on this one. And then 4. Three. And maybe we'll rotate these 180 degrees to give a little bit of variance. 2, 1. Let's do a... I can just copy that rotation. And then I should be able to select all 3. 1, 2, 3, and shift paste. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. All right, let's do the same thing over here. Shift paste. And let's repeat. Already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2. Fucking tight. Excuse my French. But damn, let me hook this controller up real quick. Excuse my dry cheese. Man, look at that detail. Oh my gosh. I wish I could like bob his head or something. I wish I had the rest of Beale Street done. We're in a whole different part of the map now. This is a more like medical district area. I did close the garage doors over here, so I can't get in there and show you all the cars. Oh, wait. I don't have a collision on this door. Forgot. Hilarious. Oh, I don't have a collision on the whole building. Tennessee? Oh, okay. No wonder camera keeps peeking through the walls. There's no collision on this joint. A lot to add to this, a lot to change. I've started adding some assets in here. So if you go to maps.google.com and search for downtown Memphis, there's a new development happening here, and it's hidden right now because the architectural firm that hired me to bring that proposal for that new development into this scene for a proposal they were doing, I can't show it. And maybe that's going to change. Maybe I can show it sometime soon because they're actually not going to do the development. So I'll see if I can get that NDA lifted so that I can bring that building back in here, which is why this area is more done, because they wanted me to bring that building into context. So I prioritized building this part of the city, which it still needs a lot of work. Slim and Huskies. I duplicated this girl and changed her camera position so that I can get a better architectural visualization while walking. Much better field of view. Southwest Tennessee Community College Health Science Center. Domino's. Nursing, Natural Science, and Biotechnology Building. Would love to finish this one up. I've got some assets just kind of sitting in place right now in the glass. But that was fun, a fun building to design. I designed this whole thing inside of Unreal Engine, as well as these roads and sidewalks. They're all done in the engine. This building is almost done. I gotta finish doing the grade of the grass. Another Southwest Tennessee Community College building. This one's University of Tennessee building. Forgot which car is which. And this is the first vehicle that I ever rigged in 3ds Max. No vehicle sounds yet, and no steering wheel. Well, looks like we got some textures not loading right. World offset positions all jacked up over here. Wonder why that is. Okay. And then the other part of this project that I started doing was Crosstown. But I deleted everything and I put it into another level. So it's looking pretty empty over here. But that's how I'm going to optimize this. Is every building is going to be streamed into a level instance. And then every district or every area of the city is going to have its own level that also kind of streams in real time as the player moves throughout. So photogrammetry will be in the background. And then as you get closer to a district like the historic district, the arts district, the entertainment district, medical district, those levels and assets will start to stream in. But the other one I have is South Main, which is right over here where my condo was. My condo was right about here, I think. And then these two buildings, I've got a lot of progress on, but I deleted them from this level. But very satisfied with the fact that I've kind of figured out how this works. Now, this isn't optimal because, again, I'm using, these are multiple meshes. And this was a SketchUp project that I did today. But essentially, this should be two meshes. Anything that has transparency should be one mesh, and then anything that doesn't should be a different mesh. Maybe three. Emissive on its own, transparency on its own. I don't think emissive needs to be separated if it's not translucent. But anything that has transparency can't be converted to nanite. So to reduce draw calls, this should be two objects. The light pole also being, the light pole being also attached to this banner. Let's see, do I want to tackle anything else before I end the stream? If anybody has any questions, I know I got a couple people watching, but feel free to ask me any questions about any of this. One of my favorite shots from this is going into this room. I also designed these windows in SketchUp. I don't remember if I did that live. But dang. Details phenomenal. Man, not gonna lie, man, I'm pretty stoked on how this has turned out. Now, I only have some of these here because I'm not ready to delete them yet. Cool thing about this is that I know that I have it at the appropriate height because I Google everything. How tall should a handrail be? And yeah, I take the answer and I design the asset as close to realistic as possible. I'm really in the mood for Firehouse subs right now. Now, when you put these assets into a folder and then you hold Alt to duplicate while dragging, all the assets will stay in their respective folder. Helps keep my outliner clean. And then the way that I design these kind of in a modular methodology, I can just switch out to the mesh that I need to replace it with. So this one, let's say I'm going to use the shorter rail. So let's navigate to the content browser for that one. And then paste it in there. And then I'll switch these two out with, let's see, which one is this? Yeah, that's right. Easy. See, I designed all of this stuff in a way that I can just easily switch them out because they all have the same, they share the same pivot point. This was also designed in SketchUp, these rails. All right, now that looks a little more complete. Damn, son. Oh, Lord. New egg. I do not need to see any new egg ads. Just make it first. It can be pretty later. I think tomorrow, or actually next week or this weekend, since I have some graphic design projects I need to knock out here shortly, I may start actually working on the facade of this building to get the glass and just this side of the building looking more finished. I've reached a point where I'm like starting to get a little tired. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and I've created a light pole and some banners. Now that's still like I'm pretty satisfied with the 2 hours I've spent doing this. I mean, I've created the graphics too. I did the graphics, so I mean, I'll give myself some credit. Look at those details, man. I'm going to preview a couple of other projects real quick, just because it's been a while since I've opened any of them. Before I do that, I'm going to open some other levels. Okay, this is Crosstown Concourse. There's a lot that needs to be fixed. Some of my car is back in there. And I've mostly worked on the creating these custom curb profiles. My computer is sluggish right now. It's got to be the stream. Do we wait it out? Does it crash? What's the verdict? Unreal. That motion blur. Oh, okay. It does crash. Okay. Good to know. Let's close this. Let's close this. And let's just open up a different project now. So, let's see. When you get into the interior of these spaces, they're going to look close to photoreal. They're going to be just as detailed as the exterior and just as accurate. So when my son and I lived in Oakland, Tennessee, we shared a room. I mean, we still kind of share a room, even though I technically have a room that I don't use down here. I've got my computer in his room, and we sleep like, I sleep in his bed. I haven't moved to the other room because it's in a part of the house that I don't go into. And I haven't unpacked everything because this living arrangement is just as temporary as the last one was. So I had an idea to create every room he stays in Unreal Engine. And also in an effort to challenge myself to create digital twins, I wanted to measure everything and get all the technology in the room brought into the engine. So that's exactly what I did. The project I'm about to show you is his room from the house we lived in Oakland. And then I'll pull up a project that shows this room that I'm in right now in Arkansas, which is technically also his room, but this one is a little bigger than my bedroom and has a different furniture arrangement, which allows for me to put this custom desk as well as his desk along the wall. So I decided that I would design this room in Unreal Engine and challenge myself to see how photoreal and accurate I can make it. Compiling shaders, about 200 more shaders to compile. We're avid Toy Story collectors. Zeppelin is 5 now. He has his own Instagram. It's Toy Story Zoo. See some of his Toy Story collection there. I brought some of those toys into the project. To help stage his room because they're the exact toys that he has in real life. And I, at some point, used this project as a like VCam virtual streaming environment and metaverse. So like my virtual character could watch Facebook live streams in real time as they were happening. On the TV while I was watching them live on that same TV in real life. The TV that's now above my desk, which was at the foot of the bed in our bedroom. So while I'm watching that Facebook live stream on my TV, the same thing is playing inside of the metaverse for this digital twin bedroom. I designed all the furniture from scratch. I took a tape measure and measured it all. Because obviously, I wasn't going to find a 3D model for most of this stuff. Let me let these mesh cards and construction scripts load. And then all of the devices, this Xbox controller, for example, these Turtle Beach headphones, my studio monitors, my shoes, Literally everything. It's kind of funny, like sitting back and thinking on how just crazy I was to try to get all of this. My son's computer, my computer. My mom's flowers. So, in other words, I made a serious effort to bring all of the same stuff into the scene. Insane amount of detail. And then if I hit play, one thing that I learned is that for architectural visualization purposes, it's best to connect floors, walls, and ceilings so that light doesn't peek through, but also to have a mesh surrounding the room that closes it off from having light leaks. Then I also custom did all the trim. And I built all of these assets from scratch. See, my pivot point is all jacked up. And then I never did finish this out. And this is exactly how we kept it. And then there's nothing. I didn't do a bed frame. But literally all these pieces are separate. Ooh, that's way out of whack. But yeah, there you have it. And then of course there's also, like, this is even, I even did the TV same way, where the glass separated from the screen and the LED. And I can change, I should be able to change the material for the screen. So let's go material instance. So let's put this one. It's gonna work. So material. No, let's turn both of those off. Let's do Bill Street New Year's. Let's see what happens. Turn the volume on. Let's go this material. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Source must have been moved. That makes sense.
Love is forever. Love is forever. To believe you gotta let go. Light as a feather. Light as a feather.
That's pretty loud. Pretty loud. Did I turn it off or what? Trying to see if I can get this TV to work. Kind of forgot. It's in there.
No.
You do something so long ago, you forget how it all works. But maybe let's take it back to, let's try a different one. This one's choose 901. Oh. Now I'm just talking to myself. Dark Dog, what's up? BSMANYE. I wonder why the material. I sneeze. Excuse me. Play on open, shuffle, loop. Let's grab. Pause it. Auto clear. Search. Yeah, all of that is set up. I think everything is actually set up appropriately. Simulate. And I did have it muted. Yeah, I don't know what I changed on this. So material, the correct material is selected. I must have modified something somewhere. Honestly, I don't remember what I changed. Stop. There's got to be a material parameter somewhere. So there are materials that you can use and that allows you to enable a webcam or a device so that when you turn on a TV or a video source in the game, it'll mirror whatever the video source is in real life. So in this case, it's like I'm streaming my TV from the TV through the game, and whatever is showing up on my TV in the bedroom, it shows up in the game. But you can also queue different sources. And this is supposed to play a playlist. Do I need to save it? Is that why? Pause it. I don't know. I must have enabled something. Let's see, screen. And okay, maybe I need to put it here too. Grow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh. I need to bring the blueprint in here.
Love is forever.
Pause. Simulate. Stop. Yep, I don't know, y'all. Sometimes I just don't know. Sometimes I haven't had the slightest clue. Let's see. Details, player details, play on open. Let's go into level blueprint. And is it missing? Or it could be not missing. I don't know. Maybe I'll change the level blueprint. Let me see. There's a blueprint in there somewhere for the television. And that could be in the data folder. Character, cameras, bedroom, furniture. I go to where the TV is. Blueprint, there it is. Let's edit the blueprint. And it should. Oh. Custom event, begin play, media source. Oh. Let's change this and see if that changes anything. I still don't think that's going to do it. Where it should be simulating right now. So if I open it up and press play. I don't know. Third world problems. Something I can figure out later. What I'll do though is close this, don't save, and open up my other twin level. Let's see. Wait, let me open it back up real quick just to make sure that I didn't accidentally save all the placements of those things. Well, I don't think I did, but I gotta figure out which level All this other stuff is saved in. Which project, I mean. Playground main. Oh, okay. It's all back how I had it. Yeah, but this was our bedroom. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can see a video alongside, like a sequence where I showed the Unreal Engine project and then a video of the real room for reference. Automotive art viz. Is it this one? Oh, I got two more projects that I want to show you too. This is one of them. I'm redoing a PlayStation game called Destruction Derby 2. This project is where I'm bringing in all of my vehicles to rig them, as well as all my characters and assets. So I've got thousands of, maybe not thousands, maybe thousands, I don't know, thousands of gigs of 3D assets that I want to convert to Unreal Engine assets. And I've started just in alphabetical order, just bringing everything into the scene. And I will be doing the same thing with static people for architectural visualization. Some humans. Twin motion people. So I've got about a few hundred more people that are static that I'm going to use for architectural visualization clients. And I want all those people and props and furnitures and assets to exist in one project. Got a little freeze happening here. I think some stuff is still trying to load. Oh, much higher quality version pictures. This is the website I should have used. Hell. Alright, I don't know what Unreal Engine's got going on, but it's tripping. So I'm going to close that project. And find the one that has this bedroom. know for a fact that my Destruction Derby project, hey, maybe it's, I don't know. I haven't been as organized as I thought I was, but I'll find that and share it. I'll go ahead and pull up this Destruction Derby joint real quick. Now this one's super fun. I'm gonna have to cue up the music too. So the very first thing I did for this project was I recreated a 3D version of the main menu. Very cool. So again, with no photogrammetry here, obviously, because this is a fake game. But what I did was I took snapshots of the PlayStation game. Let me turn off. Can I make this hidden? Dynamic weather. I guess I kind of can. So I took snapshots of the actual game. So let's turn off the arena and the parking. And this is what it looks like from the PlayStation. These are the textures and materials and everything from the PlayStation. And interestingly enough, the point of view car, the sky renders around the car as a sphere around the car in the direction that the camera is facing. So the culling will delete the materials behind the car if the camera is not facing that way. And the sky renders behind all the other meshes, but you know, the sky moves with the car and gives off the illusion that it's actually behind the stadium. There are these little pillars. I don't know exactly what they are. Then there are sprite, like 2D trees that rotate with the camera position. There's this car. When the first car like crashes, I think, and gets totaled, the crane, I don't think I ever see it in the game, but the crane picks up the car and it just sits there. I think it just like teleports to it, or maybe a car just appears there to show that there is wreckage that has already happened. What I haven't done is added these gates, the doors that lead out to, let's assume it's a parking lot. I haven't added the grass and the foliage that goes around this part of the edge of the arena. And then you got these smoke towers, which I assume that's what they are, cooling towers. So I just added cooling towers. Here's what the lights are supposed to look like. So if I turn off game view and then I turn on all of the data from the arena, like this is the real, I turned it all into real geometry. Again, I don't have those doors in there yet. I just have the gates. And then I added a real stadium. And the goal is to have an animated crowd in here. Again, I added these pillars, whatever they're supposed to be, a real crane so I can manipulate the actual position of the crane whenever I want. So the height, the crane arm location, and then the rotation of the crane. It's all blueprints, as well as the height of the hook. Can I do like a 1.5? Okay, no. And then I added I added some LED billboard and real lights. And then those should be sitting on the ground, but they're not. Oh, and I added this points system. So it shows like which round you're in, what the time is remaining, and then the number of not a point system, place. So like what place you're in. So who's in what place, whatever characters you put inside of your profile, like CTO, your initials, it'll show who's in first place in real time. But that's Red Pike Arena for you. I ripped it straight off the PlayStation and designed this. It took me a while to get the design exactly how I want it. I have these borders, these barriers right here on a mesh spline. And then these little pipes to keep the cars from running directly into the bricks. So just like a thoughtful addition for what you might actually see in real life. Like they would have these pipes sticking out of the ground. If you hit them, they might bend a little bit, but it'll protect the structure of the building a little bit. And then I brought in cesium and just kind of placed the scene into a random location. I'm using ultra dynamic sky. As you can see, if I turn around really fast, it'll all start to load in. But I needed some atmosphere, and I felt this was a great way to do it, to add the atmosphere. And then I wanted it to be kind of ominous, so I changed it to nighttime, and then I added lights and lightning. And there you have it, Red Pike Arena. Let me save. And let me see if I can find that last project. I'm pretty sure it's in the tutorials project. And then after I show this one, I'm probably gonna call it a day. Go get some food, get some work done for some clients. As part of Memphis metas, I am going to include some unlockable assets, one of which is the Jillians at the Peabody Place, for any Memphian that is old enough and familiar. And these are the cards that you find in the game to unlock that location. And I designed these cards inside of Affinity Designer. But let me go and open that level real quick. I think maybe I didn't do it in here. I thought, oh, I clicked the wrong one, didn't I? Did I? I think I did. I thought it was that one. Hold up. All right, now I'm going to spend a minute trying to figure out which project this bedroom is in, because I genuinely do not know. Something very strange about this project. It must be time for a reboot. That's all I can say. Okay. So if it's not in there, could be in the Memphis Metas 2 folder. I really don't know. Unless I moved it. I think I did move it. Hmm. Yeah. Oak House. Hmm. Oh no, yeah. Sorry, y'all. I have no idea where that other project went. D3 menu. There's assets. Earth capture inspiration. CA. Plans, renders. It's probably right under my nose. City sample, Cinema 4D badge, as export, 3D. Let me open this one up one more time. Now, I must have modified something because this tutorials one I'm pretty sure I had imported assets, card interiors, Zeppelin room. Yeah, it's got to be in here. What? Yeah, that's weird. Ah, okay. What's happening here? There it is. All right, something to do with my post-process volume or something. Let's take our camera and adjust the field of view. Why is my lighting in preview mode? All right, scalability. I haven't used the Unreal Engine 5.6 enough to know exactly what I'm looking, like where I'm looking at different things. Everything is super whitewashed for some reason. It's got to be the directional light or something. Yeah, that's weird. All right, so I found the project only to realize that something is very much off about it. And I think it's my lighting. So if I just delete all the lights, let's see, directional lights, delete the directional light. And then add it back. Let's add a post-process volume. Let's set it to unbound. Let's adjust the exposure. And I forget how to change the lighting from preview. Let's see, build, lighting quality, production. Oh, I must have built lights. Okay, I think that's what it is. Let's see if I can figure out how to delete any built lighting that I did. That was the problem. Okay. World settings. And light mass. I don't have any built lights in here. Interesting. I don't know why this preview is showing up right here. Okay then. Show. Visualize. I don't know where that's at. V virtual shadow map? Is that what it is? Developer visualize. Where's that at? Okay, preview shadows indicator. All right, so this, it looks a little funny right now, I think because it's using some pre-built lighting. Or not pre-built, baked, some baked lighting. It could be, possibly, maybe not. Maybe this is just super bright. Let's turn off the post-processing volume. Yeah, it's got a, is mega lights enabled? Let me see. Project settings. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that. I must have changed some settings somewhere. But this is the room that I was looking for, and it's the room that I'm sitting in right now. Preview shadows indicator, and we are on cinematic. So I feel like it's missing some AO and some shadows, and that's why it looks so funny. Ray trace shadows enabled. Virtual shadow maps. Hardware ray tracing. Path tracing. So let me see what this looks like in path tracing. Yeah, I think when I brought in some content from somewhere, and it changed my project settings. But this is exactly the room that I'm sitting in right now. And if I turn on my cam, it's a mess. It's a little bit dirty. If I go to cam, there's that door. There's that door. The lights. The only thing that's not in here right now is the fan and a couple of other things. The window. And all right, so let's search for lumen. Auto ray tracing, ray lighting mode, hit lighting, high quality translucency, scene tracing source, software ray tracing, global tracing. I must have been trying to enable ray tracing or something. So post-process volume. Global illumination. Lumen. All right, this is a lumen issue. So let me go to engine and rendering and see if I can remedy this. Global illumination, lumen. All right, requires an editor restart. Okay, so let's save. Oh, there it is. We're back in lumen. All right. I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed. But it looks like it's supposed to now. I'm seeing a little global illumination. The global illumination. I'm seeing some ambient occlusion. That's what I was looking for with the, in the edges and the corners. So if I go back to path tracing, it shouldn't look as different now. Okay, there we go. We fixed it. I don't know what the problem was, but there it is. Lumen got disabled somehow. No idea how that happened. All right, but it's the same, some of the same assets from the other room, except I created a new light switch. And this one I probably needed to modify just slightly to add a little space between it. So let's go to modeling, polygroup edit, or better yet, I don't need to do that. I just need to edit the pivot and set it to bottom, accept, and then see if I can do a slight adjustment to its size. And I probably needed to round those edges a little bit. So let's go into polygroup edit. Let's decompose it, recalculate normals, grab these edges. Bevel them. I think it's just missing a little roundness to it as all. So let's do a polygroup edit again and then grab so let's undo it. Decompose. Let's grab these two, merge. Maybe even that one. right, that looks a little more natural, I think. All right, and there you have it. The bedroom. I didn't have the rest of this all designed yet, but the goal was just to kind of figure out what it, get the look and feel of this room that I'm sitting in right now and to make it scaled accurately. And then I designed all of this in SketchUp actually. So I've set the pivots in a way that I can go in here and manipulate the entire door. So even though, the door is one asset, the door knobs and handles, like I designed all this in SketchUp as well. So they're all individual assets, but they're grouped inside of a actor where I can manipulate the whole thing, and it swivels on the hinge. These are real hinges. So if I move it, SketchUp, I just went and took measurements with a tape measure, and I made the whole door. So even if I take the doorknob out, if you just go look at that's how I learned how to do 3D art. Is just I looked at stuff in the real world, I measure it, I figure out how to design the profile of it, and then I take a flat shape and extrude it around a path to make it rounded, to make it 3D. Then I add a material to it. I measured the door, so you can see like the crack in the door is positioned exactly where the crack is in real life. And while these could use some rounding, even though I didn't do any rounded edges or smooth those edges out, I just took the general measurements of all of this to kind of figure where, to create the 3D assets. And then I looked at the floor to determine, like, this is what the color of the floor is. It's a concrete material. I should be able to turn off that post-processing volume now. Nope. Yeah, I wonder what it is about. Maybe there was a post-process volume in. Oh, there is one in here. And I deleted it. Okay. There was a post-process volume in the scene that I deleted, that I must have added at some point. So now you can see the floor like you're supposed to. And again, if I pull up my camera view, it's not as shiny or reflective, but excuse my son's chips. This is my son's room, but both of our computers are in here. But that's what the floor looks like. Got him ready for school this morning, so all his stuff is just chilling. And that was my plan today, was actually to clean up in here. But yeah, I just looked at the floor and I said, okay, it's like a dark brown, except for where the sun like really hits it. It's not, and it's probably a little too smooth. But if it were brand new, clean, this is what it would look like. And then if I turn off these point lights, yeah. So ultimately, I just took the default level. I brought in my SketchUp file. And again, this is designed in a way that the whole floor and walls are all one solid mesh. And the only thing that's like, there's no light can't really leak through any of the cracks because it's all one solid piece. And then there's a window cut out to where I can, add a window at some point. And then the trim is all together, as well as the baseboards, all one mesh. I got down on my knees, and I did this in another live stream. I live streamed the creation of this whole thing. So if you go to my YouTube channel, it might be on Twitch. It's definitely on my YouTube channel, unless it got muted or deleted or something if I played some music during it that by accident. But the baseboards I measured, and to figure out what the profile was, I just got down on my knees and actually looked at it. I also have quarter round right there. And then the outlets are just boxes. And then our doors. And then the floor sits on top of this structure. So let me pull it down. As you can see, well, I don't know, you can't really see it that well. There we go. So the floor sits underneath the quarter round and on top of the mesh that connects the wall, and it's an individual piece, in the event that I wanted to turn this into carpet or something, right? Man, that looked kind of nice. If I move this down and hide those lights, is that what I did? Like, that looks so natural. That looks extremely natural. So if I just turn all the lights off, and set these emissive lights to 0, the global illumination coming from the sun, and the auto exposure, man, it looks so good. Somebody might look at this and think that it's a real picture if I actually staged it with assets. But having the appropriate materials on the walls, like I don't think I'm using the appropriate material. There's probably no bump. Like this should look like some paint. The closer you get to it, it should look like paint, but it's a flat white. And the global illumination, it bounces off that wall back there really well. I mean, it's kind of, it's giving me the chills. I don't know. You probably doesn't look the same for you on YouTube watching this in 1080p, but from my computer, looking directly at it, it feels it feels like physical space when I look at it. Like I could put my hand in the screen. That's what it feels like. It feels like I'm in there. I really want to go back to like when I was 10 years old and redesign what it felt like my school looked like and place myself in my 10-year-old body with this visual fidelity. Because we had big windows and a lot of sunlight and then fluorescent lights where everything is basically LED now. I don't know, maybe some schools still use fluorescent lights, but we had either really tall ceilings or maybe both. Really tall ceilings, and at 10 years old, from 5 to 10 years old, you're so much shorter in height, so everything looks taller at the same time. I think we also did have very tall ceilings too. So being a kid and then being in a space with tall ceilings, everything looks just gigantic. And I've longed to be able to go and recreate those old places that I visited as a kid, or even like my old house. So seeing this right now and being familiar with the fact that this is the room that I'm in, it's really weird. It's kind of weird looking at the room and then being in here at the same time. Turn this camera back on. Obviously the door's open there, but it almost looks exactly, I don't know, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how else to just stress that, how amazing it is. Anyways, this is the last project that I wanted to show. I'm very glad that I went through and found it, but with those lights off, this looks so cool. Damn. Ugh, I get the chills looking at it on the computer. The global illumination and how the light bounces kind of off the ceiling, and the ambient occlusion in the corners of the wall where it kind of shows a little bit of a shadow, and then the reflection on the floor makes this feel so real. The gradient of how the sunlight bounces off the door and shows the detail in like the trim and the baseboard, and then the light switches. Oh man, it's beautiful. But that whole divergence, is that the word I'm looking for? Like kind of navigating away from what the original conversation was. Um, Bringing it back full circle to the Memphis Metas project that I was just working on, showing the FedEx Forum, the fidelity of the interiors is going to be much higher than the fidelity of the exterior since there's so much more to render. When you walk into a building, a lot of the exterior that you can't see from that perspective will unload, right? So you walk into a building, and let's say you can't see certain out of, let's say you can only see out of two walls, like there are windows only on two walls, and then, or let's say it's a square building and there's no view from two of the walls in the building. From those perspectives, all the buildings on the exterior should unload and like not exist in the level until you walk back out the front door or walk back into the room where the front door is, near the front door, as if you're about to leave, right? And then it should kind of start loading some things that you can see from the character's perspective, assuming that, let's say there's a tall building and you walk out the front door and turn around, you should see at least those tall buildings, right? So everything loads based on the camera angle and perspective of the player. But when you walk into a building, these very high fidelity assets will start to load in, and it's a seamless transition from walking from outside. But since you're so much closer in proximity to everything that's, obviously in a room, the level of detail is going to look so much higher versus being outside and looking at a thousand things at once, all the buildings, roads, trees, clouds, right, and all the props out there. So I want the experience to feel kind of how I just felt, like a little bit emotional. And let's say you put on a Steam Index, Vive, or some other high quality headset, especially one that's tethered, you should almost feel like you're in the room when you play this game and go into these tighter spaces. The quality of detail should be so significantly good that it might be a really trippy and to some maybe even a traumatic experience, where it's just like some people are gonna say, fuck this, I don't want anything to do with this. This is too, like, it's so good that it's scary. But having that emotional experience to look at this and say, wow, I really can't tell that this is a video game, is insane. I need to change the name of this level from third person to Zeppelin's Room. What is this? Tutorials? Yeah, that's right. Anywho, it's been a fun stream. I got 2 hours and 30 minutes, about 3 hours and 30 minutes, maybe 4 hours until the kids get home. And I promised I would hang out with them today. So I'm going to go do some work for a little bit and have myself some food so that I can get paid. Appreciate you tuning in. Catch you guys in the next stream.